Please be seated. Next, we will listen to a recitation from the Holy Quran, which will be delivered by Mr. Ramdan Mubarak, SPD. We kindly invite Mr. Ramdan Mubarak to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وإن تأذن ربكم لئن شكرتم لأزيدنكم وإن تأذن ربكم لئن شكرتم لأزيدنكم ولئن كفرتم لأزيدنكم ولئن كفرتم لأزيدنكم ولئن كفرتم إن عذابي لشديد صدق الله العلي العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Now please allow me to kindly invite the Secretary of the Guidance and Counseling Study Program to deliver the report of our conference. Please welcome Dr. Eka Saktiyuda MPD to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Subhanallah, alhamdulillah, wa la ilaha illallah, wallahu akbar. My Honorable Rektor Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, my esteemed Dean and Vice Dean of Faculty of Educational Science, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, my esteemed, our keynote speaker, panelists, and also delegation from Brunei Darussalam, Malaysia, Filipina, Thailand, and Cambodia. My respected faculty members and dear all participants. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to Bandung International Conference, Guidance and Counseling 2024, an event that's bringing together minds from various concerns of the globe, united by common passion for aligning technologies with human values, issues, and challenges for guidance and counseling in a global context. We are honored to have such distinguished group of professionals, academic, and enthusiasts gather here today. Perlu kami laporkan juga Pak Rektor, Pak Dekan, dan Wakil Dekan, kami hari ini dihadiri oleh delegation from Brunei Darussalam. Give applause. Thank you. Yeah, we have 8 delegation. Juga kami mengalu-alukan delegasi dari Malaysia yang dipimpin oleh Prof. Dato' Abdul Halim. Terima kasih Prof. Halim. Kemudian delegation from Filipina. Thank you. Delegation from Thailand. Okay. And delegation from Cambodia. Okay. Welcome to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Dan kami juga dari delegasi Abkin Jawa Barat, Prof. Adi ini, yang hari ini kami juga akan melakukan konferda nanti siang, Prof. Adi. I would like to extend to heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speakers and panelists who have graciously agreed to share their expertise with us. I'm sure their contribution will undoubtedly provide us with invaluable insight and inspire meaningful discussion. Let me introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Dianali Baranafik. Morning, ma'am. Okay, still, please. Okay, I'm just to introduce. Okay, please, sorry. She is our adjunct professor of guidance and counseling in Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. We also speakers have a speakers in talk show, Major Rusli Bujang. He is President of Brunei Darussalam Konseling Association. Morning, Mr. And also Marit Kwechinda, PhD. He is head of Department of Educational Psychologist and Guidance in Kastat University, Bangkok, Thailand. And we also have Dr. Abdul Halim. He is President of Persatuan Konseling Malaysia Antarabangsa, Perkama International Malaysia. And our presenter, Seto Howard, I'm so sorry if I'm wrong to spell it, is President of Cambodia Association of Counselor and Psychologists. This is right. And then Christopher Hernandez is President of Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association. And then Professor Dr. Adiat Moko, MSc, representative of Indonesian Guidance and Counseling Association, or ABKIN. I also want to acknowledge the hard working of the organizing committee, whose dedicated has made this event possible. Without their tireless effort, we would not be here today. Terima kasih untuk panitia yang sudah berjibaku ya. Mudah-mudahan lelahnya menjadi lilah dan menjadi ibadah. Pak Irfan dan teman-teman, terima kasih. Tepuk tangan boleh untuk panitia yang hari ini menjadi bekerja kerasnya. As we embark of the journey of learning and collaboration, I encourage each of you to take full advantage of these opportunities that the seminar presents, engage with the speakers, participate actively in discussion, and build connection that will last beyond this event. Once again, welcome to BICGC 2024. Let's make this seminar a memorable and impactful experience for everyone involved. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. And now, we kindly invite the Vice Dean of Faculty of Education to deliver his speech. Please welcome Dr. Sardin, MSc, to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, asyhadu an la ilaha illallah, wa asyhadu anna muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh, ala nila nabiyya ba'da. Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Rektor Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Salihuddin, MA, MPD. The Honorable Keynote Speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Diana Lee Baranovic. Thank you for coming and join with our conference. Distinguished delegation from Asian countries, the first Major Rusli Bujang, MSc from Brunei Darussalam. Thank you for coming and welcome. Dr. Abdul Halim Muhammad Hussein from Malaysia, thank you and welcome. Next, Christopher P. Hernandez from Philippines. Thank you, welcome. Marit Kwechinda, PhD from Thailand. Thank you and welcome to our conference. And the last, Professor Dr. Adi Atmoko, MPD from Universitas Negeri Malang as a ABKIN member. Thank you. Terima kasih. Selamat datang, Prof. Adi. And the Honorable, the Head of Study Program, Ibu Ipah, and Pak Dr. Eka Sakti Yuda, Profesor, Prof. Ahman, Prof. Juntika, and the lecturers at the Guidance and Counseling, students, and all participants in this conference. On behalf of the Dean of Faculty of Education, I would like to welcome to the Faculty of Education and welcome to join in this conference. We hope all delegates, invite guests, and participants can actively participate. The theme today's conference is aligning technology with human values, issues and challenges for guidance and counseling in the global context. This issue is very relevant to today's developments, where technology has become a part of our lives. However, we also have considerable challenges, especially how today's technology can be aligned with human values, especially in guidance and counseling. As professionals, we are required to not only understand of technology, but also how to use it wisely to support human problem solving. This seminar is expected to provide new insight and practical solutions to solve these various challenges. I would like to thank the speakers who have been willing to take the time and share your knowledge and information with all of us. Thank you to all committee who have worked hard to organize this event. Finally, I hope that this conference can be carried out smoothly and provide great benefit for all of us. Let's follow along with enthusiasm. Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. To officially open this conference, we kindly invite the Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Please welcome Professor Dr. M. Solehuddin MPD MA to the stage.
Ini supaya efisien langsung aja opening speech ya karena ada agenda lain. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah. Good morning everybody. The Honorable Vice Dean, Vice Dean of Academic Affairs ya Pak Nandang, Vice Dean of Student Affairs, Pak Sardin, and the Secretary of Study Program of Guidance and Counseling, and respected presidents of Guidance and Counseling Associations from Asian countries. I'm sorry I couldn't call it by one. The regional management of ABGIN, I think from ABGIN Indonesia, from Center ABGIN ya Pak Adi ini, alhamdulillah. And from regional management of ABGIN, Pak Nandang maybe ya. And distinguished all speakers and participants, and also the committee of this program, and all esteemed guests. Ladies and gentlemen, with gratitude and pride, I welcome you to Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia for the Bandung International Conference of Guidance and Counseling held on August 14 and 15, 2024. This conference is a result of collaboration between Guidance and Counseling Study Program of UPI, the Guidance Counseling Association of Asian countries, and I think ABGIN Indonesia and ABGIN West Java. Aligning technologies with human values, issues and challenges for guidance and counseling in the global context. I think it is such a highly relevant theme to the rapid advancement of our time. Technology has become an integral part of our lives, but it is crucial that we ensure human values remain the foundation of every innovation and application, especially in the field of education and guidance, and of course in guidance and counseling. The objectives of this conference are also timely important, strengthening cooperation between UPI and guidance and counseling associations in Asian countries is timely needed so as to enhance UP's image in the field of education and to promote the productivity of scientific publication. I hope that through this conference we can share knowledge, experiences, and best practices in the field of guidance and counseling, and together find solutions to the challenges we face in this era of globalization. By this opening, I am very pleased to inquire the following two questions for all of us to seek for answers through this conference. First question is, what human values for which the use of technology is shaped? The first value that technology must shape is upholding ethical principles. This includes fairness, which ensure that technology is designed and used in a manner that treats all individuals equally and without bias. Transparency involves making the functioning and impact of technology clear and understandable to users. Privacy is paramount, safeguarding individuals' personal information and ensuring data security. Accountability requires that those who design and deploy technology are responsible for its outcomes and impacts. Finally, technology enhances rather than infringe upon human dignity and freedoms. The use of technology, please next slide. The use of technology also generates social impacts. Technology should be designed and used with a keen awareness of its potential social impact. This means considering and mitigating potential negative consequences such as biases, discrimination, and inequality. Please. At the same time, we must strive to maximize the positive contribution of technology to society, such as improving access to education, healthcare, and other essential services. Therefore, a user-centered approach to technology needs to be designed to focus on the needs, preferences, and capabilities of the users. This involves creating inclusive, accessible, and empowering technological solutions that cater to diverse populations. By prioritizing the user experience, we ensure that technology enhances rather than hinders our daily lives and professional practices. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the second question is why aligning technologies with human values is critically important. In the context of education and guidance counseling, aligning technologies with human values is particularly crucial. As educators and counselors, we have a responsibility to ensure that technological advancement and implementations prioritize ethical consideration equity, and human well-being. Here are some key thoughts on educational or guidance counseling issues related to this topic. First, ethical use of technology. Educators or counselors and policymakers must consider the ethical issues surrounding the use of technology in education. This includes ensuring that the privacy and cyber security, as well as making sure that technology enhances rather than diminishes human dignity and autonomy. For example, when implementing digital platforms for learning and counseling, we must safeguard students' personal information and ensure that these tools promote positive educational outcomes. Then, equity and access. One of the primary challenges in integrating technology into education is ensuring equitable access. This means providing all students with equal opportunities to benefit from technological resources regardless of their socioeconomic background. This includes equal access to the internet, availability of devices, and the development of digital literacy skills. By addressing these issues, we can help bridge the digital divide and ensure that all students have the tools they need to succeed. Impact on learning and development. While technology offers new opportunities for personalized learning, we must carefully consider its impact on cognitive development, social emotional learning, and critical thinking skill. It is essential to balance screen time with active learning experiences that promote holistic student development. By doing so, we can ensure that technology enhances rather than distracts from students' educational experiences. Digital citizenship and responsibility. Teaching students how to ethically and responsibly use technology is vital in preparing them for the digital world. This includes educating them about online safety, managing their digital footprints, evaluating credible information, and promoting respectful online behavior. By fostering digital citizenship, we empower students to navigate the digital landscape with confidence and integrity. Next, teacher or counselor training and support. For technology to be effectively integrated into educational practice, educator or counselor need ongoing professional development and support. This includes training on how to use new technologies, as well as guidance on aligning these practices with educational goals and human values. By equipping teachers or counselors with the necessary skills and knowledge, we can ensure that technology enhances learning outcomes while promoting ethical use. Last, social technical system in education. Viewing educational technology as part of a socio-technical system helps us understand its broader impacts. This perspective considers how technology interacts with social structures, cultural norms, and educational policies, influencing practices and outcomes. By adopting this holistic view, we can better navigate the complexities of integrating technology into education and counseling. Finally, let me conclude my speech this morning. As we move forward in this era of rapid technological advancement, continuous reflection on the ethical implications of technology in education is necessary. Engaging stakeholders, including educators, counselors, students, parents, and community members in discussions and decision-making processes ensures that technological advancement align with human values and educational goals. By thoughtfully addressing this issue, we can harness the potential of technology to enhance learning experiences while safeguarding human values and promoting equitable educational opportunities for all. Together, we can create a future by which technology serves as a powerful tool for education and guidance, enriching the lives for students and empowering them to achieve their full potential. And because the committee asked me to open this conference officially, so by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, where is the title? The second international conference. The second international conference on guidance and counseling and at the campus of UPI held on 14 and 15 August 2024 with the theme Aligning Technologies with Human Values, Issues and Challenges for Guidance and Counseling in the Global Context is officially open. Thank you very much for all speakers and our participants. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. And now we thank you. And now we kindly invite Rector, Vice of Dean of Faculty of Education, lecturers, all of the speakers, and also our guests to have a photo session in the front of stage. There will be 2 photo sessions. For the first session, we kindly ask the Rector, Vice Dean of Faculty of Education, lecturers, all of the speakers, and also our guests to face the audience.
Once more, we invite all of our lecturers, invited speakers, and also our international guests to the stage, in front of the stage. Please wait a moment because we're gonna have a photo session. So for the lecturers and also our invited speakers, we please you to turn around. Yeah.
And
we please you to still in front of the stage because we're gonna have the second session of photo. But we please you to turn around so you can face the monitor. Yes, face the monitor. And for all of the participants, we please you to stand up. We please you to stand up because we're gonna have a photo session together. Yeah. Yeah. all of our invited speakers and also our lecturers, we please you to face the monitor.
Kepada para hadirin, dipersilakan untuk berdiri dan menghadap ke monitor, dikarenakan kita akan mengadakan foto bersama.
Thank you so much. You may take a seat now. For all the participants, we please you to take a seat. For all of our lecturers, we please you to take a seat. We invite all the participants to enjoy the choir's performance of the song Manuk Dadali. Manuk Dadali is a traditional Sundani song from West Java that symbolizes the spirit of freedom and patriotism. Manuk Dadali means Garuda bird, referring to the mythical bird that is also the national emblem of Indonesia. The song celebrates the strength, courage, and grandeur of the Garuda, inspiring pride and unity among the Indonesian. Please wait a moment because our choirs is preparing right now. We will see the performance of Manuk Dadali. I'm so sorry, so we're gonna jump to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. Please enjoy the refreshment provided to all the invited speakers, lecturers, and our international guests. Snack will be served buffet style at the front. And for APKIN members, presenters, committee members, and participants, snack can be picked up at the administration desk. And for all of the participants who didn't pay for this conference, we are very sorry to inform you that you cannot take any snack or lunch. And we will resume this event in 10 minutes. And we want to remind you that we are not allowed to bring any food and drink inside this room. So please finish your refreshment before entering this room. Thank you and have a nice break. Thank you. For all the participants outside the room, we please you to re-entering the room because our event will be continued.
Kepada hadirin yang masih di luar, dipersilakan untuk masuk kembali karena acara akan segera dimulai.
For all of the participants who still outside the room, this room, we please you to enter this room again because we will continue our event.
Kepada para hadirin yang masih di luar, kami persilakan untuk masuk kembali karena acara akan segera dimulai.
In the right. You can turn right, yes, turn right. Yes. For all the participants, we please you to back to your seat because we will continue our event.
Kepada para hadirin, dipersilakan untuk kembali duduk karena acara akan segera dimulai. Welcome back everyone. We are honored to introduce our keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Diana Lia Baranovis, who will share her expertise on our conference theme. This session will be moderated by Novi Silvia, Magister of Education. Novi Silvia, Magister of Education, is a researcher at National Research and Innovation Agency and a member of Indonesian Research Association. She holds a master's degree in educational psychology from University of New South Wales and is currently a doctoral student in guidance and counseling at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Please proceed to the stage.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, distinguished lecturers and invited speakers, all participants of the second Bandung International Conference on Guidance and Counseling. It is an honor for me to be the moderator for today's keynote session, as we will explore such an important topic under the theme Aligning Technologies with Human Values, Issues and Challenges of Guidance and Counseling in the Global Context. Here, our keynote speaker is an esteemed adjunct professor of Guidance and Counseling at UP. She has served as associate professor at University of Malaya, is that right? Yeah, and she is also a consultant and as a psychotherapist. She has 2 doctorate degrees, yeah, right? One is Doctorate of Education in School Counseling Psychology from California Coast University. And another one is Doctorate of Psychology in Clinical Psychology from California Southern University. Please give applause to our keynote speaker. Before we begin, Dr. Diana, allow me to go over a few housekeeping details. We have until 10:15, I think, yeah, the committee. Dr. Diana will deliver her presentation for some minutes. The remaining time will be dedicated for a question and answer session, if we still have time, hopefully. Okay, to minimize disruptions, I kindly ask everyone to mute their phones during their presentation. Please feel free to take some notes if you have a question. Okay, without further ado, please welcome Dr. Diana. The floor is yours.
Welcome, everybody. Can you hear me? Is this working? Okay. Thank you for having me, and thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here this morning. I hope everybody is okay with my American English. I'll try not to talk too fast, but if I start talking too fast, just wave a hand or something. It is so wonderful to be back in Bandung and in Indonesia. Before COVID, I was coming to Indonesia 4 or 5 times a year here at UPI and other universities around Indonesia, mainly giving workshops on psychotherapy, expressive arts therapy, play therapy, dance therapy, many different things. And then here came COVID, and we were all locked up for a few years. But coming back to technology, I was able to do some guest teaching in a workshop online with UPI. So thanks to technology, we were able to stay connected. But it's so much nicer to be back here in person now, and I'm so impressed that many of you actually remember me. Okay, so first of all, I must confess, I am a techno dinosaur. I'm not totally in the 21st century yet when it comes to technology, but I am slowly learning, and I do actually have clients in 8 different countries, so I might even be Zooming at 2 in the morning. Kid you not. So I'm getting in the groove of the technology age. But mainly what I'm going to be talking about this morning is my area of expertise in expressive arts therapy and filial play therapy, which involves a lot of expressive arts. But the word filial actually is a Latin word for family. And so it's bringing family relations closer together through the filial play process. I will be making a little bit of references to technology as it comes into this topic. But before I get started, I sent this morning, it's just that very short little YouTube. It's about 2 minutes. Did you all get that so we can play it real fast? It's okay if you don't have it. I sent it this morning. It was a YouTube.
What is it? Is it a short or a video?
I sent it to Asba.
To the committee?
There it is. See if this sounds familiar. Just have a watch. Whoop, we need to see it because it's got the lyrics. Okay, case in point, I'm sure it's universal. It's not unique to any culture or place on planet Earth. It's amazing because when mothers and fathers, for that matter, it's not a gender thing, we have a child, and then up until about the age of 2, or maybe 2.5, if we're lucky, the parent or caregiver is very good at entering the world of the child at the child's level. You know, a little baby, we shake a rattle in their face. Oochie goochie goo. This little piggy went to the market and this little piggy stayed home. We roll a ball back and forth. We're very good at entering the world of the young infant child. However, by the time they're 2, closer to 3 if they're lucky, it's all about discipline, guidance. Time to eat, wash your hands, soccer practice, be ready. Did you study for your spelling test? Get ready, carpool at 4 o'clock. It's all direction. We don't play anymore. We'll read books to children until they're about 4 or 5, and then they learn how to read themselves, and we're no longer reading to them. My children were 18, 19-year-old teenagers, and we were still reading together. Seriously. You read this page, I read that page. I would go see the movies at the cinema that they wanted to go see, even if I had absolutely no interest in it, just to be involved in their lives, okay? So in this presentation, I'm talking about entering the world, and now it's filial, which means family, but this can so easily translate into your practice. Whether you're a school therapist, counselor, or you have your own private clinic, which I now do. As many of you know, I was at University Malaya for 14 years, and then in 2021, I turned 60. I know, I don't look it, but I did. I'll show you my passport, okay? I turned 60, and so it was mandatory retirement. Happy birthday, goodbye. So now I just run my own clinic, and I see about 50 people a week. My youngest client is 6 months old, and my eldest is 84 years old, so I have the whole lifespan in there. So again, this is not just for parents. It will be very helpful in your practice, regardless of ages or populations, clinics, schools, private practice, whatever. Now, and 2, back to gadgets. If you want your students, clients, children, whomever, to get off gadgets, you have to give them something better to do. They're going to gadgets because we're bored. And just think of ourselves. We have 1 minute downtime, and the first thing we do, we pick up our phone and start scrolling through the messages and whatever, okay? Now, I'm going to be referring to both children and adolescents in this film, well, slideshow. And you're welcome to the slides when I'm done, no problem. But a very, very crucial stage in lifespan development is the adolescent years. It's the adolescent years where they begin to form a true sense of self. Now, adolescents are going to develop a sense of self. It's a matter of, are they going to develop a healthy, authentic, true sense of self? Or is it going to be some fake sense of self because they're just trying to be like everybody else and follow the crowd or whatever. And adolescence is also a time where mental health is always important at every stage, but certainly at adolescent stage, when they're building their sense of identity and sense of self. And if they don't have a positive self-concept, they are at risk for developing mental health issues, depression, anxiety, stress, withdrawal. It's very important. Okay, I think the next slide. Yeah, and the consequences of this low sense of self and self-confidence is lower academic achievement. They're at risk for being involved with the wrong types of crowds, which can lead to criminal activity, substance use and abuse, and just negative behavior. And especially going back to technology, everything is at everybody's fingertips. When I was in high school, during the 1970s, I graduated in 1979. As I said, I'm 62 now, put your calculators away. Nobody talked so much about suicide or cutting. A lot of adolescents engage in self-harm, for example, cutting. Nobody really heard about that or talked about it because we didn't have access to the web where it's all over the place, okay? I'm sure it happened back then, but a lot less frequently because it wasn't publicized. But now you can go online and find out how to commit suicide, how to engage in self-harm. Back to technology. We need to be aware and help adolescents discern, is this accurate, healthy knowledge of whatever subject area to be watching or looking into on the web, or is it not? And we don't just wake up one morning a certain type of adult. We wake up as a certain type of adult because of all the life experiences, the good, the bad, the pretty, the ugly, that we have had leading up to adulthood. I tell my clients all the time, medical doctors can cut out tumors, but we can never cut out life experience. Once it has happened, it's part of our history forevermore. And if it was not a nice thing, an unfortunate thing of whatever sort, we need to productively process that and work through it with a mental health professional to be able to become what I call a loss manager and move on. Okay, next slide. Yeah. So it's very important to have positive relationships, and not just with our family, but with our teachers, our coaches, our counselors, our church, synagogue, mosque leaders, temple leaders, whatever. Because the more positive experiences adolescents have with role models, the higher their self-esteem and self-worth. Next slide. So, one solution, there's no magic solution, but one very good, based on empirical research, that helps is filial therapy. Again, filial refers to family, but this doesn't have to begin in the family. As teachers, counselors, leaders, role models, we can incorporate this into our work. And it's where, now, I'm going to be speaking from a therapeutic point of view. In filial therapy, we involve the primary caregiver, usually birth parents, but maybe adopted parents, foster parents, the grandma, whoever is the primary caregiver of the child, into the therapeutic process. And we coach them as to how they can help. Because if you're working with children and adolescents, you could be doing a wonderful job in your sessions, but if we send the child home and the parents don't understand what the child, adolescent needs and how they can help, it's usually a waste of time. Because unfortunately, parents are well-intentioned idiots, okay? And you could be doing a beautiful job with little Johnny's self-esteem. But if little Johnny goes home and mama says, "What? Only 80 marks on your math test? I have spent a fortune on the best tutors. When are you gonna buckle down and get it right?" Well, that mom just wasted all of her money sending little Johnny to counseling. So you gotta get the parents on the same page. Okay, next one, please. Yeah. So, what is filial therapy? It is a way to engage parents and primary caregivers in the therapeutic relationship properly. But also, it's not just the parents understanding your theoretical orientation or what little Johnny, big Johnny needs. It's a matter of educating the parents how they can enter the world of their child at the child's level. So we're going to be doing coaching with the parents and giving them experiential experience as we go along. Okay, the next one. Now, the goal of filial therapy, there's 4 important goals here. It's child-directed. When I say child, I mean adolescent. When I say adolescent, I mean child. It all comes together. The child picks the activity, okay? And it helps by doing, and then you enter in whatever activity the child wants to do. I'm going to talk more about that in a second. The caregiver develops an empathetic understanding of the child's needs and feelings. The child gains a feeling of acceptance by the caregiver. I wish I had a penny for every child who feels they're not accepted by their parent. Really, I'd be a billionaire. And the child gains a sense of responsibility and accountability for his choices. Those are the overall goals. Okay, next. Yeah. So now, again, it's child-directed. The child is allowed to decide on the activity with appropriate limits. If the child wants to throw rocks through a window, okay, that's not appropriate, okay? It has to be safe and appropriate to the child and the age of the child, okay? The child leads the way, and there is never teaching or direction from the parent. And this is a lot harder, a lot easier said than done. How often does a father, or it could be a mother, it's not a gender thing, they're in the backyard kicking the soccer ball around with little Johnny, and then all of a sudden it's like, no, wait, Johnny, if you put your foot this way and you get it under the ball, that gives it more momentum, and it's going to go through the goal. Well, there you go, teaching and guiding, all right? How many times do you see Johnny, Susie working on their math homework, and you take a glance and, oh my God, they got a problem wrong. Do this over, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Okay. In filial therapy, nothing is wrong. It's only wrong if it's not safe. Anything goes. If he wants to color out of the lines, he can kick that soccer ball however he wants to, etc. No correcting, no teaching and guiding. Now, the kid can teach you. Let me tell you, I have learned a lot of good things in my therapy sessions. I have learned K-pop dancing. I have learned different basketball shots, the layout, the jump, whatever, just because I'm entering the world of the child. I've never watched an anime episode in my life, but I know a lot about those anime episodes because they're talking to me about it. Oh, and they're telling me about the characters. Oh, and what about that character remind you of yourself? What would you like to see more of in yourself that that character has? There you go, you're into therapy work. Okay, we're going to add a new character to that show, and that character's you. What role do you want to play? What do you want to add to that show? Enter the world of the child. Now, coming back around to technology, because a lot of kids are into video games and whatever, okay? Fair enough. There's nothing wrong with playing video games with kids, but just be sure that's not all you do. And also, when you're playing video games, it can become too much about the game and not enough interaction between the two of you. So again, we want to enter the world of the child, and okay, maybe that's playing a video game or something, but don't kind of get carried away with that. Yeah, all right. So again, it just helps the child develop a sense of self, appreciation, self-regulation, because when we're playing with children, we will realize at times they may get frustrated because they don't feel they're doing good enough, or if you're playing a game, maybe they're not in the lead, or maybe they feel they're going to lose or something, so they want to quit. Well, okay, in that instance, you can jump in a little bit and encourage the child, well, but let's see, you know, like snakes and ladders. You're winning, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're losing, but then the game can change around again. So, yeah, self-regulation. Okay, the next one. Yeah, we've already talked about that. And in this, we always show a lot of empathy. We let the child know that we're aware of their feelings. Oh, I can see you're very proud of yourself. You're smiling. See? Put out good effort and you can do that. So we reflect their feelings a lot. Okay, next one. I want to be sure I don't run out of time here. Right, it just allows them to feel accepted, have a better understanding of themselves in general. Next. Yeah. Again, we've said all of this, right? Now here are the techniques we use. Tracking, reflecting of feelings, mirroring, matching energy levels, empowering validation, that's mine, I added that in there, and then boundaries and limits. So very quickly, we'll take a look at what each one is. Tracking is the first one. You can change the slide? Right. And this is mainly for younger children, like 8 to 10 and lower, not so much teenagers. But younger children, when we track, we say what they're doing. Oh, yes, you found something interesting to explore. Yes, the top comes off. And you can stack those up. Excellent, okay? And at this point, they're not engaging us in the activity because sometimes that happens. They just want to do it by themselves. That's fine. But by tracking, you're allowing them to know that you're paying attention. You haven't fallen asleep on them, nor have you picked up your phone and checked your messages, okay? It allows him to feel connected to you and that you're interested in what he's doing. The next one. Reflecting feelings. Whenever the child portrays a feeling, and they will, you reflect that. Oh, I can see you're getting angry and frustrated because that's not fitting together right. Would you like for me to help? Or maybe we can try it this way. Or, oh, you look so happy. You're proud of yourself. You know you did well there. And this helps build their feelings vocabulary. Okay, next one. Mirroring. Mirroring is when you mirror the activity that they're doing, and this happens if they have invited you into the activity. Sometimes you'll have a little kid and he's rolling a car around the floor, and then he hands you a car. You roll the car around the floor the same way he does. Mirror his activity. Now, again, this is mainly for younger children. For adolescents, mirroring can just be about validating what they're doing. That's a very interesting creation you have there. Oh, let me try to paint it that way, or something like that. And then the next one is, after mirroring, matching energy levels. And let me tell you, children, especially young children, have high energy levels, and you can't fall asleep on them. If they're rolling that car around the track, zoom, 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 you can't take your car and go, put, 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 put. Doesn't work that way, okay? You have to match their energy levels. So you have to stay in good shape. I'm not being facetious. You have to be in good shape to work with young children. Okay, next one. Empowering validation. That is just validating what they do well or the effort that they put out. See, you worked very hard on building that structure, and look at it. You did so well. Good job, Johnny, Mary, whatever. Right. Next. Oh, and about this validation, we always validate the effort, not the end result. Back to sometimes adults being well-intentioned idiots. Little 5-year-old comes home from school, or it could be a 10-year-old, be a 15-year-old, and shows you paper from art class. Wow, you are so talented, you're going to be the next Michelangelo. No. Oh, you must be the best student in 5th grade. No. Because you're setting a standard that child is going to feel he needs to live up to it. And if he didn't, he's going to feel like he failed. All right? So we validate the effort, not the absolute outcome. Okay? You can praise his artwork. Yes, I really like the way you did the foreground and the background and the shading, or whatever the heck it is. But don't say things like, you must be the best 5th grade artist, or you're the smartest this, or the best that, or you're going to be the next Olympic, whatever. No. No, that's going to do more damage than good. Okay, next slide. Therapeutic limit set. Again, the only one is everybody has to stay safe, and the materials have to stay safe. We don't want to do anything that could potentially harm you or myself or destroy the materials, because, you know, if it's a therapy center, other children have to work with these materials. Okay, next one. There is something called, it's from Gary Landreth, who is a very big, prominent American play therapist. And this is his work. And when children start doing something out of limits that is potential dangerous or harmful, we acknowledge the child's feeling, we communicate the limit, and then we give alternatives, such as, yes, I can see you're very mad now, but you can't, shoot the Nerf gun at the door over there or at me, because we don't want anybody to get hurt. So you may only shoot the Nerf gun at the target over there. Or you can't throw things around the room. Things will get damaged and somebody may get hurt. But feel free to punch or kick or throw the pillow around the room. And if after you do, and you have to be able to do that fast, and after you do it, the child still cannot comply, then you take that activity away, and that's it. Okay? Next one. Okay, it's the same ball game with adolescents. It's just the activities change. Again, I've had female girls, we've styled each other's hair, we've polished each other's fingernails. They have taught me the latest K-pop dance they learned or whatever. In the home environment, you can cook together, you can bake together, you can deal with the automobile engine or the motorbike engine or something like that. It's no different, it's just the activities are going to change as the child gets older. And you still want to do empowering validation and reflecting of feelings, but you're not so much getting into tracking, you know, saying what they did. Okay, next one. And therapy helps adolescents because, again, it has that positive impact. It shows them that adults can understand me. Now, I don't want to toot my own horns here, but I work with a lot of children and adolescents, and they can't believe that I'm 62 years old, but I can have fun with them and talk about the things they want to talk about. And again, it's not about how many years I've been alive on planet Earth breathing oxygen. It is my ability to enter their world in a youthful way. So again, they feel supported, they feel empowered, they feel they're heard and understood, and this just transfers over to high self-esteem, help building that high self-esteem and a positive sense of self. Next. Yeah, there's also a self-determination theory, and at the end of the slides, I have all the references to these things I've been talking about. And self-determination is when they're able to articulate their well-being and how what they're involved in life, not just at home or in therapy, but in school or whatever, is of benefit to them. Okay, and this helps to build their autonomy, their competence, and their relatedness, and the fulfillment of the core needs allows the individual to become a positive well-being. And again, no one thing's the magic wand to wave, but the more we give the child or adolescent these experiences, the better. Okay, the next one. Autonomy, again, who am I? We want adolescents to develop an authentic sense of self and discover what his proclivities are, his interests, what makes him tick, and not just do it because it's what his parents want him to do or what everybody else in class is doing. Mom and Dad, if Johnny doesn't want to take piano lessons, let that be okay. Don't tell Johnny, I wish my parents would have allowed me, but we didn't have any money. You see, you have all these opportunities I didn't have. Well, Mom, if you want to take piano lessons, go take them yourself. But little Johnny is not here to vicariously live out, for you to vicariously live out your unfulfilled needs of childhood. Now, if he wants to take piano lessons, that's fine. Okay, the next one. Yeah, just builds competence, their belief that they can do it, self-efficacy, a la Bandura's theory. Next one. Relatedness, it makes them, when we have higher self-esteem, we can better relate to other people that we meet in school, on the job, whatever, because as they become adolescents, they're going to maybe have to go to interviews to get into certain programs at school. Maybe they want a part-time job or something. So, and again, people with higher self-esteem relate better. Okay, next one. Those are the references. And like I always tell my students, because I still do some teaching, just not full-time, we talk about the 5 domains of human development: cognitive, physical, social, emotion, creative. And I always say social and emotional are conjoined twins. They're Siamese twins that can never be separated. Now, what do I mean? Emotional development is how the person feels about himself, okay? Strong self-confidence, low self-confidence, high self-esteem, low self-esteem is how he feels about himself. And that's going to have a direct one-to-one correlation on how he relates. If he has a high self-esteem, and again, a healthy high self-esteem, not some narcissistic mask that he wears, but healthy, authentic, high self-esteem, he's going to interact socially, because social development is how we interact with others. So when we have a healthy, authentic, high sense of self, high self-esteem, we interact better with others. Low self-esteem, not going to have good social skills. Those are the books that I've published. The second two, the pink and the blue one, are actually manualized, especially the filial playbook. It's manualized. It kind of tells you what to do step by step. And there's a bit of that too in the Hurt Teenagers book. And the Hurt Child book is all about attachment theory, because all of my work is about attachment theory. I don't have any copies of the yellow one, but the second two are outside on the table. I'm happy to autograph them for you. You can just Google up my name. You'll see my website. You'll see me on Instagram. Like I said, I'm getting into the 21st century, and reach out anytime. Again, thank you so much for having me, and do invite me back.
Oh, well, thank you so much for that insightful presentation, Dr. Diana. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for question and answer session. So allow me to just summarize what Dr. Diana just delivered. Overall, Dr. Diana highlighted the so crucial role of quality time and attention in addressing the challenge faced by adolescents today. As teenagers navigate the complex stage of identity formation, they often experience a shift from parental influence to peer influence, which can lead to feelings of insecurity and manifestation of low-being. And Dr. Diana has explained about filial therapy, which provides a structured opportunity for caregivers to meet the needs based on the lens of self-determination theory, autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Well, thank you very much for Dr. Diana for her presentation. Please give applause once again to our keynote speaker. Okay, I will give it back to the Master of Ceremony to continue to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you for our keynote speaker and also our moderator. And now we invite all the participants to enjoy the choir's performance of the song Manuk Dadali that has been delayed earlier. Yes, once more, let me introduce you to the song. So Manuk Dadali is a traditional Sundani song from West Java that symbolizes the spirit of freedom and patriotism. Manuk Dadali means Garuda bird, referring to the mythical bird that is also the national emblem of Indonesia. The song celebrates the strength, courage, and the grandeur of the Garuda, inspiring pride and unity among the Indonesians. Thank you. Once more, please give a big applause for the performance of Manuk Dadali. We now proceed to the talk show session, featuring distinguished speakers from across Southeast Asia. They are Major Rusli Bujang from Brunei, Mr. Setul Haur from Cambodia, Mr. Dr. Abdul Halim from Malaysia, Mr. Marit Kauchinda from Thailand, Professor Dr. Adi Atmoko from Indonesia, and also Mr. Christopher Hernandez from Filipina. This session will be moderated by Ms. Mutmaina MPD. Ms. Mutmaina MPD is currently a student in the doctoral program at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. She is an awardee of Indonesian Education Scholarship from the Ministry of Education. In addition to her studies, she is also a lecturer at Universitas Muhammadiyah Nrekang in South Sulawesi. Please welcome our speakers and also our moderator to the stage.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, for our invited speakers. Let's have a seat. Check. Yes. Okay. We're gonna check the mic first
Check.
before we start the talk show, please.
Mic test. Yeah.
Test, check.
Good.
Okay, good.
Loud and clear.
Hello, testing. This is working.
Sir, is it working?
Hello.
Oh, yes. Okay, well, distinguished participants, one more. Oh, yeah. We need one more, please. Cambodia. Oh, the speakers, you mean? Cambodia and Thailand. Oh, yeah. I would like, because we're never keep in touch before. What I know is Prof. Adi Atmoko itself. Hello, Prof. And by seeing the flyer around us, I can guess that it's not Professor Ahman, yeah? He is Mr. Fernandez, Christopher Fernandez, yes? And yeah, maybe our speakers in the middle us is from Brunei Darussalam. Yeah, and yeah, without any doubt, maybe Dato Hassan, yeah? No? Hussein. Okay. We have, oh yeah. Yes, it's also working. Okay, participants, we are already having our incredible speakers. They are coming from overseas, aside from Prof. Adi Atmoko, of course, yeah. He's our people. Yeah, and also I would like to mention again, to make it more clear, to call our speakers from Brunei Darussalam, Major Retired Rusli Bujang. Oh yeah, hello. And Mr. Setul Haur from Cambodia. Okay, hey. And Dato Dr. Abdul Halim Muhammad Hussein from Malaysia. Giving applause, participants. They're big, oh my God. like seeing a superstar like in the concert. And then Mr. Marit Kauchinda from Thailand. Yes. Professor Dr. Adi Atmoko from Indonesia. And the last is Mr. Christopher Hernandez from Philippines. Yeah, magandang umaga. Magandang umaga. Okay. Our second session is about talk show, and this talk show, yeah, okay, and this talk show is also held through hybrid session. So let me welcome our participant in the YouTube and Zoom that already joined us virtually. Hello everyone in the virtual session. We hope you can also enjoy our forum. And then the topic of our second seminar is about aligning. Oh my God. It's about aligning. Oh my. It's not showing on the slide. And I already have a bunch of questions after discussion with the committee. I will first ask to Mr. Adi Atmoko as the role model of our fields in this field, guidance and counseling, especially for us Indonesian students who are currently studying in this major. He is not also a professor, but he is currently a chief editor, a journal of guidance and counseling in Malang. Prof. Adi Atmoko, what are the potential challenges of integrating technology ethically into guidance and counseling practices? The mic, please. Is it working, Prof?
Check. Okay. Can I present my PPT?
Oh yeah, Prof. Adi Atmoko has a PPT to show.
To show? Yes. Okay. Okay. Next. Yeah. Okay. Next. Yeah. This is my moral force. Yeah. This profession loyalty our profession, yeah, to profession helping developing and empowering people, the guidance and counseling process profession. It's not only service but is our worship for the God. Next, this is our country, a big country. We have a policy of digital education with palaparing, yeah, and we have more than 49 million students, and we have a university department of guidance and counseling, more than 100 department. Next. Okay, next. Yes, this next. Association Guidance and Counseling in Indonesia, as organizer of the guidance and counseling profession to help optimize the development of more than 49 million students from kindergarten to senior high school and high school. Upkin partners with around 36,000 guidance and counseling teachers as a frontline in guidance and counseling services in school. Upkin collaborate with universities, guidance and counseling teachers, guidance and counseling association, and other profession. Next. My regulation guidance counseling service in school is in Permendikbud number 1111 and SOP, yeah, standard operational procedure, can be adjusted as a digital era services. Next. This is the readiness of guidance counseling teachers. Yeah, more than 19% agree. Most of them use the online social media and have a counseling room, and however still not up to in-depth ability in digital guidance and counseling. Hence they need for the training to digital counseling guidance. Next, student readiness. This the data. Most of them already usually online. However, there's still a need for preparation. We have a constraint, signal, credit, cost, emotional engagement. Next, this is 11 aspects of student development we call SKKPD, standard kompetensi peserta didik. Next. This is a mechanism of guidance counseling services in school. We have two major, is management and problem solving. We need assessment, planning, implementation or programming, evaluation, and so on. Problem solving on. Okay, next. This is a process. Next. Digital counseling service area. We build and maintain digital network infrastructure with website, social media, from the association diteruskan ke sampai para guru, ya, guru di sekolah-sekolah. Next. Okay. This is upkin roles, entities, collaborates development and blended counseling resource and material, build and maintain a digital network, collaboration and organization of implementation of guidance counseling services at school, district or city, province, and national level. Next. The role of universities, development of land, online or blended services material, come with need analysis, design, evaluation, and so on. The material of guidance counseling services from these universities. Next. And guidance and counseling teachers as frontline implement digital counseling guidance services online, offline, or blended for students under their respective supervision in schools. Guidance and counseling teachers collaborate between schools in their respective region. Thank you. This is practical guidance counseling in Indonesia.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Adi Atmoko, for well understandable slides. And I would like also to continue the talk show session. I would like to ask Mr. Christopher Hernandez, as he is a president of Philippines Guidance and Counseling Associations. For your point of view, how can guidance counselors ensure culturally responsive technology use that respects diverse values and backgrounds?
Thank you.
Yes.
First, I would like to thank the UPI through Dr. Ipa for inviting the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association. It's my pleasure to be with you all, of course, from all the ASEAN countries all over the ASEAN region. For the question, on behalf of the Philippine Guidance and Counseling Association, I have with me here my colleagues, our former president, Dr. Hines, Ms. Rem, and Ma'am Chit. No? For me, the guidance counselors, to ensure culturally responsive technology use, to respect diverse culture and background, for me, that's one. I have identified 3 points. One is on therapeutic relationship. Second is on sensitivity to diverse perspectives. And 3 is on adapting approaches for different population. First, on the therapeutic relationship, we need to strengthen the different proactive communication that we have with our respective clients, regardless of race, regardless of culture, gender preferences, educational background, social status, and so on. And then to create a comfortable virtual space. That's one thing that we always do. For me, for example, as a guidance services specialist in the Philippines or as a guidance counselor in the Philippines, we do both. We do online through via Zoom, MS Teams, Google Meet, or whatever platform. And then another one is, of course, we do it online, or it could be hybrid. And then before I start my counseling session with my client, if it's via Zoom, I would always say that this is a free space wherein you can share whatever you would like to share with me. And even though that you are there at the end of the Zoom, you're at the other side of the computer, I usually or I always use empathy in my practice, and I would always say, you know what, even though you're there at the end of the computer at the other side, I could really feel your heart. I could really see the goodness of your heart, and I could feel the spirit, the purity of your spirit. And you know, these are very magical for them. I don't know, but magical for them in a sense that there is someone who understands what they're going through, and somebody who really feel the agony that they have, the pain that they have in that. So for me, that's important to really bring forth that kind of therapeutic communication, which zeroes in on three areas. One, that is, it becomes therapeutic if there is a purpose. If it's purposive, they will be able to know the why. Why am I seeking counseling? Why do I need this? Why do I have to vent out? Why do I have to seek professional help? And that's the purpose why they're going to look at the sense of satisfaction and comfortability at that, and that they will be satisfied after that. Okay? That's the first one. The second one is to be sensitive to diverse perspectives. That's one thing that we need to always develop and to inculcate that sense of diversity, multiculturalism, inclusiveness or inclusivity, and of course, social justice. We become sensitive to the different perspectives because we know that counseling comes from different perspectives. We embrace theoretical pluralism. We don't just subscribe to one particular counseling approach, but we try to embrace all the other approaches into the counseling session. But we try to tailor fit each particular approach to a particular problem being presented to us by our client. So we're not just being sensitive to what their dilemma, we get into their mental and emotional skin, as what Carl Rogers has said, for us to be able to understand them. And the most important is we create a non-judgmental atmosphere so that they become more comfortable sharing what is in their heart or what is in their mind. And lastly, is to adopt different approaches for different populations. In the Philippines, we have specific programs. We have a mother guidance program, for example, in the institution. Guidance program, for example, for the University of the Philippines. That's where I am working. And then we have specific counseling programs for specific populations. So we have a counseling program for the gifted. We have a counseling program for students at risk. We have the STAR program. We have the SWANS, students with needs. We have specific programs for scholars, specific programs for athletes, and so on and so forth. So I think this, as the changing landscape of counseling evolves, we also need to be adaptive to the different counseling populations that we serve. Okay, so that's all. Thank you.
Yep. It is also to note that Philippines and Indonesia has a similar condition, like a huge population and diverse, also multiculturalism here already springing up around us. And by notice from what you say earlier, that you already working on technology related to guidance and counseling. So next, related to technology, we couldn't go far from the artificial intelligence, Professor. And then for that, I will ask to Mr. Marit Kauchinda as the head Department of Education, Psychology and Guidance in Bangkok, University Bangkok, Thailand. That for you, Mr., what are the ethical considerations surrounding the use of artificial intelligence in guidance and counseling. Considering you are a lecturer and also you have met many students in their assignment using AI and for the counseling practice itself.
Thank you. Yeah, hi everyone. I'm glad to be here. And from the question that I got when with the AI technology, for sure everyone know that. I think the teacher need to update about that as well, because the young generation, they seem to learn quicker. And many times when we the MC just mentioned about when the student use AI to complete the assignment. For sure, there are some that still we still encourage a student to learn by themselves, not always try to be make use of the technology. Yeah. Among the faculty member, we do some conference about how to use the AI and to update each other. Like when the students submit the assignment, we need to use the AI to prove is that the AI or a work from students. Yeah, but even we know that the AI help us make it convenient and quick guideline, and we still encourage students to learn by themselves and extend and search more knowledge and bring us back the result that what they got, not only purely use the AI and submit the assignment without proof. We need to recheck about the assignment that student recheck that submit to us. And you know, my idea about when we use the AI in the counseling, for sure we know that AI is quicker than human, but we control them. And I have my colleague from the other department in educational technology department, and we discuss about that. It seems like we feel we anxious about if the AI gonna control our life. But actually, my colleagues say, don't be anxiety or worry about that, because we are create them. So we need to take control too. And don't use them in the lazy way. Yeah, try to be smarter. Yeah, as we know that as I heard about they have Google, they have a kind of program AI that is always working all the time. If it's still with the electricity, but when they will stop working if we unplug the electricity, right? So they work always consistent and keep working all the time. But what about human? We need to take a rest. We need to take a break. Yeah, and also with the AI, something that Dr. Diana talking about, the attachment. Yeah, AI don't have the relatedness, cannot, for sure AI can feel, can learn how human feelings or have emotion, but AI don't relate to human. Yeah, even we are in the issue of struggling with our life situation, we have emotional a problem, and with our human life, we relate to other people. But the AI is created from the information and just the hardware technology, and so what? I think the AI still be a good tools, but we need to learn how to make a good benefit from it. Yeah, and I would love to hear from other speakers as well.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, it will be good when we also hear from your field, Mr. Settle Hauer, about artificial intelligence in using in this field as well.
Okay, thank you. So, first of all, I might share my experience working as an online counselor during the COVID-19. So, during COVID-19, I exposed a lot of counseling sessions online. When I'm working for University of Bodhisastra, they call UP as well. So, that is very, how can I say, very funny process of counseling session that I have with my client. He is a medical student. So during the COVID-19, we locked down, so he stayed at his home, and I am working from my office, provide online counseling to him. What happened during our counseling is that while we are doing counseling, and his mom knocked the door, just like bang the door, because she really worried that her son just locked himself in the room. So he banged the door and he said, "What are you doing in your room? Just come out, helping me with our household chore, just like preparing meal or cleaning the house," because they stay home. They did not go to school. And then he said, "Mom, I'm doing counseling with my counselor." And she come up with, "What is counseling? Why you have to do counseling?" And then my client asking me, Chair, they call me Chair, mean teacher in Cambodian, they make it short. "Chair, do I need to explain to her what is counseling?" And he said, "Up to you, I give you space to talk about that." And he said, "Okay, I have to meet with her outside and explain her a bit, because she might worry that I'm locking myself in the room, because there was a lot of case during the COVID-19 that the students lock themselves in the room, they reading, but sometimes they end up using their mobile phone, their gadget, and they separate from the family. And another thing that happened to them is that the parent feeling like they are lazy, they do nothing, they just sitting in front of their computer, they might play game, they might doing something else, even though they said, "I am doing my schoolwork, I'm meeting with my professor, I'm doing counseling," but some parents, they still don't really understand about that. So that is the big gap. So from my experience, there is a big gap between the generation, between the parent and children, especially related to technology. So they don't really understand about technology involved with the education during this technology era. So that is the consequence, the challenging that happened among the family member, because it's a big gap of technology. We call them old school. For example, might be I'm also old school because I'm not really advanced in technology, and the children always using that word. They are from old school. They don't know technology. We need to use technology for our education, for our study, for our counseling, to meet with our friend, and they don't understand us, and they feel like we try to separate ourselves from them. So that is the gap that happened, and they blame each other in the family. So come back to the counseling session. It's a lot of challenging that happen, because even though they stay at home, but there was family member around. So they, in terms of confidentiality, nothing that can keep confidential, because your parent always come and check. Sometimes they said you are lazy because you just excuse to do your schoolwork with your computer and you don't have to do the household. That's what happened to them. So come back to AI. It's quite similar, Dr. Merit have mentioned. Some people prefer to use AI to answer all the questions, to engage with a conversation, to talk about their mental health issues. So they end up asking AI. But from my perspective, when we talking about AI, we might talking about Western concept as well. So we are Eastern concept, they are Western concept. So if you asking AI, AI will tell you something about Western concept. Yeah. Last year when we have a conference in Philippines, we also talking about how we can decolonize a counseling theory into our real culture, because we sound like we are more influenced by the Western rather than our own concept, rather than our own culture. Of course, we are living in the diverse culture. However, we also have our own identity that we have to consider. For example, like the Cambodian people, we are dressing like this, we are eating specific food, we are our concept of belief, we are Buddhism, for example. But when we're talking about AI, AI will answer you more broader, and they don't care about your religious, they don't care about your daily living, they don't care about your belief. That is something that really a conflict between the generation. Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Well done, Mr. Howard. Thank you for elaborating the idea about technology and using in our guidance and counseling field. Then you also mentioned about mental health, which is related to the well-being. And I would like to ask Mr. Major Rusli Bujang, because how can we ensure that technological advancements prioritize human well-being and uphold core human values, according to you, sir?
Thank you. I think I can echo to the Sakula. I think that the important, we talked about this in Philippines last time about psychological or counseling decolonialization, because we are different. But when we start using AI, etc. Even I just came back from Italy, Naples, Italy, attending the IAC, International Association for Counseling. And the first, they grouped me into all the giants, the president of American Counseling Association, BICP, British Association for Counseling and Psychotherapy, and then the IAC itself, International Association for Counseling. So this big, they were also talking about AI. And in short, they still don't have the answer. They just want just about to give you the thought, the need to have the ethical ethics and etc. So back to your question about humanizing this. See, even you use the AI. Can I have my slide? I just wanted to show you something.
Can we have the slide?
Is it possible? If it's possible. This is 100% by AI, purposely done. I want to show it to you. If it's there, no, you don't have. That's right. There. Yeah, that's the one. All right. So, yeah. You see, back in Brunei, just before the COVID, to 2020, I was a bit reluctant doing the counseling online, telecounseling. I was wasn't comfortable because I'm the traditional type one. I prefer face to face. Because lately, especially after the COVID, I've been seeing more and more clients facing issues like anxiety, stress, and depression. I used to have, hard to get that, but nowadays, especially after COVID, it's quite often. I think one of the things that I noticed is actually the way of life, our way of life, which is we need to go back to the TLC, therapeutic lifestyle changes. Now, which is all goes to basic. You need to have a good food, good nutrition, good, exercise regularly, good sleep, all those things. But just if you rely heavily on AI, we will be somehow we are lacking of the happy hormones that we need. What are the happy hormones? The 4-1, DOSE, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphin. We need all those. But unfortunately, because of the kids nowadays, because they spend more indoors than outdoors. They're spending 67% time of the day indoor. So they're lacking of serotonin. They're using the phone, according to the research, 187 times per day, just scrolling. That's quite a lot. Then they're lacking of the endorphin, which is this. Don't mind, huh? Not talking. How are you? How are you married? How are you? No, this is much better compared to have a video calling because they can produce the endorphin and so on and so on. So we are lacking. So the psychiatrist said that we are lacking of the chemical imbalance. So the problems we have nowadays, the depression, anxiety, stress, all those, because due to our, because of the chemical imbalance. But I would say as a counselor, just all the people here, is because that's a signal, it's a sign of the human needs, lacking of human. There's a signal from our body telling us to do something, But unfortunately, that's what we are moving there. Just even as a professional, for every single client, I'll be using at least three psychological assessment. Neo-FFI for the personality, CISS for the coping inventory, and DSSS for the mental health status. That I used to take the whole week to prepare the report. But nowadays, I can just give the result. The Neo is the result, for the DSS, this is the result, and for the CSS, this is the result. I just put it the chat GPT, and then that's it, I can have it. But, look at I miss the process, the process of having to wait, having to work on it. So otherwise, I will be using my potentials, all those things. Okay? So that's somehow that to me is a bit worrying. Okay? So that's why I come up with my own approach, my own intervention. This was was right after the Philippines when I heard about the counseling decolonization. I think we need to have our own approach. I talked to Timothy, who said that? Timothy, and I said like this. We have this. Did you get that? The literature. I said from the intelligence of the heart, or still from the Western. I need genuinely from local, from our areas, these ASEAN countries. So I come up with the approach. I call it heart-centered approach, heart, or kalbu. To be exact, I call it kalbu-centered intervention. Why? Because those are missing. Now, when you look at the Western, the quadrant, they look at the problems, they only look at four quadrants: the cognitive, the affective, the behavioral, and the systemic. But the one big thing missing there is the spiritual side, which is in our religion. That is very important. How can we? We need to look into that very seriously. And that is the one thing AI don't have, the spiritual, the rohani, okay? The heart intelligence, all right? No, my intelligence is not working with me. So basically, let me just go just to answer the question, so that prioritizing human well-being. Yeah. In short, I say the keyword is actually to balance. Okay, to balance. We can't afford not to use the AI, but it's about the balance, making balance use. Because Allah SWT, Allah designed us to be a spiritual, the social being. Okay, we can't just do on our own. Just with the technology. Otherwise, we will get the consequences. Okay. I know about this because I have a long discussion just last night from the airport to here, which is only 137 kilometers. According to my place, that should be only 1.5 hours, but it was 3 hours from the airport to here. So I have a long talk with the driver and the LO. Right? So we need that human connection. So first thing is actually, we need to have the ethical design of using this, that's one thing. And of course, also we need to, the inclusive input, right? So when I say inclusive input, it's actually to take into consideration all the factors and not, when we're using the AI. And of course, the transparencies, also need the transparencies. There, yeah. And I think it's there. If you want, you can get that from there. So in short, personally, for Brunei Darussalam, let's be why Allah designed us as the spiritual being, and we even have a bigger potential as spiritual being. Stick to that one, and let's make use of the technology for us to be more effective, not to be heavily rely on the technology alone. I think that's for now. Thank you.
Okay, very well said. That AI is also related to how we can use our social skill, or what the Mr. before mentioned is about social well-being. That AI also not really cover it into our daily activities. No, and then I would like to ask Dato, how can collaboration among guidance counselors, researchers, and technologists foster the development of a global framework of ethical technology use in this field?
This is not
It's working.
Yeah, it's working. It's
Yeah.
still working good.
Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
And a very good morning to
warahmatullahi
all of you.
wabarakatuh.
Miss Moderator, my fellow friend, Prof. Adi. This is the President of Indonesian Association of Counseling, our President. And this is the President of Brunei Darussalam Association of Counseling. You should have introduced them. This is our key person from Thailand, and the President of the Philippine Guidance and Counseling, right? And the President of Cambodia. So we are talking with the top gun of the country, the top notch of the ASEAN counselors. Here you are. We are here together. We are blessed. And today we are talking so much about AI. I think all my friends have been speaking about AI and the fear of AI and whatever AI can do. But basically AI does not exist by itself. AI is created by these people like you, the brilliant minds who created AI. And now we are embracing AI as part of our daily routine. I talked to Prof. Adi just now while listening to Diana. I express my worry. Saya menyampaikan kebimbangan saya tentang these two population of the world. Me, Prof. Adi, we are the immigrant digital. Kami adalah pendatang kepada dunia digital. While you here, you are the native digital. You are born during the digital age. So we have this issue of digital dualism. Are you familiar with that? Dualisme dalam digitalism. So when we explore more on digital dualism, you like it or not, it is true, adalah benar bahwa the issue in digital dualism, if we are not taking a proper step to prevent or also to control the usage of digitalism in our daily life, then we are going to allow, kita akan membenarkan the present, kehadiran manusia, individual with
dual personality. Meaning that, one very fine example, very simple example, I have my son, contohnya, tapi anak saya sudah besar, my son, he might be very good at home, very obedient, listening to whatever instruction given by his mother, by the father, and doing all the house chore as what it is supposed to be. But that is in the realistic world, ataupun the physical realistic. In the virtual realistic world, he is not like who he is in the home. He has different personality. Contohnya lah, waktu berbicara, while communicating to the friends in the virtual world, it is not like what you are doing at home. Sama juga lah, communicating to the school's teachers, for example, because you want the school teachers to get good impression on who you are responding using this technology like you are one of the best individuals in the world. In actual, you are not doing your work, You say, I have done all my homework, I have done everything. And who did the homework for you? AI did the homework. We are talking about speed. I told Prof. Adi, AI, yes, is a very, the in thing today, because you can get things fast. Let's say if I am the CEO of the company, I'll call my subordinate. I want a paper for me to bring to the Prime Minister tomorrow on this project. And I want a paper today by 12 noon. Do you think without using AI you can get the paper done? No. But with AI, you can get it done. You can give your command, you give your instruction what you want, and the paper is there. The issue is that paper a genuine paper that you produce? Who produced the paper? It is from your mind, like what Ruth is saying, or it was taken from everybody in the world, you put it together, and you go, this is a paper. Now, what is the implication of the message delivered by the paper? And you as the presenter, you're reading it. What are you presenting actually? You are not presenting your pure mind, right? You are not presenting your pure mind. You are presenting the minds of the others that you think is okay for you to do that. This is where we are facing the problems of the cultural issues, the multicultural issues. Yes, you might have had one of the best paper in the world. It comes from the best brain to that kind of concept. But does it suit to the nature and the cultural needs of that particular population where you're working to? So this is the two different things. So if we are talking about collaboration, well, I think I would like to speak on behalf of the professionalism in counseling. Are all of you the student of counseling here? Yeah? Teachers? Yeah, good. Well, we listened to our friends from Brunei, from Philippines, the practice of counseling in Asian country. Of course, we would like to have as much as what they have in other countries in the Western world. But for us, for example, in Indonesia, correct me if I'm wrong, your counseling services is focused on the school setting, and what is the advantage of that? Because the leaders in Indonesia believe, the leaders in counseling, and they managed to convince the nation that with counseling as part of the component of education, we can help the nation, to rise to the occasion. That is what they are doing. That is why Indonesia is training so many counselors. You have all the dulu dipanggil IKIP ya, Institut Keguruan Ilmu Pendidikan. I was here in 1990, tahun 1990. Mungkin belum ada yang lahir. Saya datang ke sini, saya belajar ilmu counseling. Prof Nandang ya, Prof Aman, Bapak Aman. Kemudian saya datang lagi tahun 2000-an, waktu itu Isola Resort sedang beroperasi. And I also was invited by almarhum Prof Sunario dekat Isola sebagai tamu karya untuk S3. Now, I learned a lot about what Indonesians are doing, and I respect, because they really embrace counseling to be in place in the school system. And I must salute you, because in the world, you are one of the best country who managed to convince the government on the ratio of counselors in proportionate to the students. Do you understand that? Ratio. You see, in Malaysia, one counselor is equivalent to 500 students, ratio. That is the policy, meaning that the government must prepare that number. If the school have 1,500 students, you must have 3 counselors, because the ratio is 1:500. That is helping, because the policy is there, meaning that the job is guaranteed. You graduated, you go to the school. But in Indonesia, they managed to convince the government, one counselor is to 160. 160. Why? Don't you feel proud? You are the only one in the world who have this small number ratio. You see? Meaning that you are going to be able to create more position in the counseling in the school setting. If you have 1,500 students in the school, definitely you are going to have at least 10 counselors. So why do you need so many counselors? Because, I was telling him again, you must have your big heart. As a counselor, we are the social scientists. You understand that? We are the social scientists. How do we work? We do preventive issues of human development. We do intervention, and we do aftercare. There is a distinction between psychiatrists, psychologists, clinical psychologists, and counselors. Last few years in Malaysia, we have this issue of, if you remember, unfortunately, our airplane MH370 was missing, ambiguous loss. We don't know where the airplane that was supposed to fly from Kuala Lumpur airport to Beijing, and the plane lost. We couldn't take it, And we have 2 episodes. After 3 months, another plane was gunned down in Ukraine, Malaysia Airlines. Now, with this ambiguous loss, then the first thing that comes to the mind of the government is that we need counselors to help with the next of kin. Next of kin, NOK. Kita perlukan counselor untuk membantu keluarga-keluarga yang kehilangan. Entah kemana, ambiguous ya. So, I headed the team. You call it the Malaysian Crisis Intervention Team. And it's not easy, because the media are trying to make a lot of stories. They come all over the world. And I remember one of the journalists from Germany came to me and asked me, do you think your counselors can do anything with this kind of situation? Mencabar saya seorang counselor, adakah counselor bisa melakukan apa-apa untuk masalah yang sedang kita hadapi hari ini? So, you know what I answer? I said, hello, I am a well-trained counselor, and my counselors are professional counselors, and we can do wonders. Sebab itu saya cakap, as a counselor, kita mesti mempunyai jiwa yang besar. You must feel good about who you are, what you are doing, and you must believe in what we are doing, and we can do wonders in this area. What is important is that knowledge. You know, we must explore as much knowledge as we can, and this is one of the platform that you come in. And congratulations to all of you who are being able to be here. Yeah. Now, talking about collaboration, that is why we want to collaborate, so that we can have a better platform of understanding, especially the ASEAN multicultural diversity. That is why during the International Counseling Convention in Sarawak, you didn't manage to come, you also didn't manage to come, but Cheryl was there from Philippines. We established the ASEAN Counseling Network. Now we do have APK, I remember that, but Asian Counseling Network, meaning that we are working together collaboratively with all the ASEAN countries, because this is the closest element of multicultural diversity that we can understand each other. So yet we have a lot to explore, although we think we are just in the ASEAN region, but we need to learn a lot, and we need to have our own ways of doing things. If you are talking about psychometric instrument, we need to have developed a psychometric instrument that suit to the cultural diversity of our ASEAN countries, for example. So collaboration is very important, and for that I also urge all of you here, when you practice counseling, you need to think about collaboration, because collaboration and strategic partners will help us to make a lot of changes and ways of doing things. I think every organization of counseling in the ASEAN country, they are moving towards that. In Malaysia, just to share with you, we have counselors in the school setting. We have counselors in the workplace already, but only in the government. And this year, in our next regional counseling conference, my friend, we are going to talk more on organizational counseling, meaning that to have position of counselors in the organization. In the corporate world, we have counselors to work with the employees. I know a lot of industries and organizations, they are applying AEP, Employees Assisted Program, EAP. But EAP alone is not enough. We want professional counselors in the industrial setting. And this is our strive, and with the collaboration between the ASEAN countries, for example, we will go strong on that, and we will make sure that counseling is one of the agenda in the ASEAN Summit. This is our intention of having that. So again, the topic of our conference today is timely, and today in the workshop we will talk more about the application of technologies in counseling. One very popular issue of application of technology in counseling is confidentiality, issue of confidentiality. It was during the COVID-19, if you remember, we were talking about whether we can have online counseling, and a lot of argument was made whether we can have it or not, yes or no. But during those difficult times, we need one. Even the school session also, they are having online learning. So again, with online counseling, we still have challenges, because the principle of counseling is that the old principle, counseling is a helping profession face to face. That is the major principle. Now that we are moving on technology, now how do we deal with that? So this is something that we are going to explore, and inshallah in the workshop today, we will learn more about that. Because today we have so many panels, I don't know how much you can speak about that. But anyway, thank you so much. That's all I can say now.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Dato Dr. Abdul Halim Muhammad Hussein. He is a President Persatuan Konseling Malaysia Antarbangsa or Perkama. And he notes earlier that as a counselor, we should be, have a big heart in working in this field. And notice that he was working before 1990, before I was born at the time. I wasn't born at the time, Dato. Yeah, it is clear that he is rich of education and academic background. So for today also, I still continue talking about, I will ask Mr. Setul Hauer. He is a President Cambodia Association of Counselors and Psychologists about his opinion. How can guidance counselor develop the necessary skills and competencies to navigate the complexities of technology in their work?
Thank you. The same thing, I really love to share my own experience when I'm do online counseling. I also have to acknowledge that when the first time I start to do online counseling, I know very little about some application that we can use for online, for example, just like Zoom, and there are many apps that we can use and more confidential. For example, when I'm working with United Nations agency in Cambodia, they have their own app, and I have to learn that new app. They did not allow to use another app because they said this app more secure, no one can hack it, so all information, make sure that all information will be confidential for that. So I have to learn, I have to spend time to learn to use the new app before I have counseling session with their staff and before I have any training workshop with them, with their staff. So I have to learn those technology. So my own perspective is that being a counselor not only focus on your professional skill, not only focus on your theoretical that you apply for your counseling, but also you have to be more advanced in technology as well. And however, we have to set clear boundary and guideline in order to use those apps, because some application might not really fit to use for our counseling session. For example, I have mentioned earlier about confidentiality. Some app might be easily to hack in and all information will be spread. So we have to make sure we have proper application that we can apply. We have to make sure as a counselor, we also have to adapt ourselves to the new technology that we can apply. And also I have another research, we're talking about a stranger landing in a new land, we call it, which means that when the COVID-19 come, we become a stranger with new technology. And we interview a professor and also student about using online, and it's very difficult for them to cope with a new environment because they are not ready to set up their environment, their space. We call live space, live time, live emotion. We're using phenomenological analysis. So they feel like they don't have their own space to do that. They feel like they have very difficult to manage time because sometimes when you don't have stable Wi-Fi, you cannot control the time. You cannot manage to talk smoothly, and they feel like they don't have emotional attached to each other. So a lot of issues that happen. So before we can start up online, I think we have to set up a lot of guidelines in order to adapt to the new environment. It's easy for us to say, okay, we can do online, but if we don't have ability to use those technology, if we don't have ability to facilitate those material, that would be the big issue for us. Yeah, we have to focus on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very well said, Mr. Seturhauer. And also, Professor Adi Atmoko earlier also highlight about the competencies of teachers and curriculum. And also, we would like to hear from you, Professor. Do you have any views in the same question with Mr. Seturhauer as well? How can guidance counselors develop the necessary skills and competency to navigate the complexities of technology in their work? Check.
Thank you. Indonesia is a big country. We have more than 280 population and 49 students. Our country is multicultural, and the other hand, the guidance and counseling teacher or counselor just about 130,000. This so just not enough, yeah. So counselor in Indonesia must have a competence to use technology. Yeah, how use the technology? How use the technology to service the student to optimize the development of their student. This is an issue. I have a positive perspective about technology and AI especially because just the use of technology we can serve the big student so large. We have more than 10,000 islands, 70 islands from Sabang sampai Merauke, the big island and a small island, and then this and island have a student, so we must serve them. Yes, so we must think big, think big. How? Bagaimana melayani semua ini dengan sangat baik sehingga pertumbuhan mereka menjadi optimal sesuai dengan peraturan my government. My government have a regulation. How counselor, the duty of counselor, we call guidance and counseling teachers because they are on the school, every school, yeah, can optimize the student development as a civilization, career, academics duties, even to anxiety, social social relationship, and etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Adi Atmoko, for well said about the topic of competencies and related to the using technology in our fields. Distinguished participants, before we close our talk show, and we still want to hear the closing statement from Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Merit Kauchinda, and Mr. Major Rusli Bujang. I apologize myself because from start and now up to now, I couldn't pronounce the name correctly because it's also uncommon for me to pronounce the name itself. And we give the time about 2 minutes for closing statement related to the topic. Maybe start from Philippines.
Hello. Okay, so we Filipinos are very much focused on the development of human values from the time that I think that we are born, and I think that it's very common among us in the ASEAN region to develop the values. And definitely values are learned from home, and that becomes a part of the culture. Although culture is learned, culture can also be unlearned. So in terms of integrating human values and how are we not going to sacrifice the development and improvement of our human values amid the technology, we need to always focus on openness, collaboration, and at the same time, genuineness on what is our purpose really as guidance counselors. And most often than not, we try to forget our own values also on why we are here. I would always tell some of my students when they do counseling is, you have to identify first who is your client. Know your client, identify who your client, and get into the world of the client so that you need to understand him also. But before being able to understand who your client is, we need to understand ourselves also as who we are. In the afternoon session, I think I'm going to highlight on that, on our purpose as a counselor. Why did I become a counselor? Why are you here? We have our own reasons why we are counselors. Like for me, for example, my undergraduate degree is occupational therapy. I am a registered occupational therapist, but why am I into counseling? There are a lot of reasons. Sometimes you are put into a situation wherein you're going to highlight what is that God-given gift for you, what is the talent, and you need to focus on that. Highlight on the strengths, and not focusing on what is not there in you, but focus on what is left intact in the person. Try to live every moment of it as you are doing counseling, like what Dr. Hussein has said. I've been telling that also to the counselors in the Philippines, to be proud of our skin, to be proud of who we are as guidance counselors. If no one is going to be proud of who we are, then who will be proud of who we are? That's very important. And at the same time, we need to find out the peculiarity of every experience that we are into. The every experience, I feel for the Malaysians during that MH370 or whatever. And we have also a lot of calamities in the Philippines. We have a lot of struggles also, but we work as a team, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was really very difficult for us. But we pulled ourselves together, we put our minds together. And I think that's one thing also, teamwork as a team and to respect one another. And that's gonna be able, at the end of it all, we will be able to find the meaning on why we are all here. Thank you very much.
Next, we're gonna hear from Mr. Merit Kauchinda. He is a head Department of Education Psychology and Guidance in University Bangkok, Thailand.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, Marit. Yeah. For the discussion today, for me, I still look at the AI. When you give me some the list of the question, the complex technology, but actually I see no, it's not complex technology, but for our field, yes, it is. But the engineer designed that for us to use easier. It's simple to use, easier to use. But I think for me, myself, I think for sure, if we adapt that into our work, we have to use it carefully. because there are many things that we might not know about it, how like misuse of it. Like I have one of my clients. He's an excellent student. He's genius. He is my client because he struggling with the relationship with other students. But he came from the engineer. He's very smart. He create and have his like a lot of application register, and he's still struggling with that relationship with other students, and he cannot graduate. Only like third year he have to retire from the program, but he's a good hacker, and he helped the police department to catch up with the criminals on the Facebook on the other application. Yeah, he used his skills to support and help too. But as when I discussed with him, I think he very smart. Yeah, but we should make use the technology as a tool to help us. Yeah, and have to be careful about. I think because I have some like agency in Thailand that they use for the AI and like for the fraud advertisement. But actually they provide some kind of like training, but it's not like in the university or in school like to train the counselor. But the short program, but seem like it's not like a good quality or standard for training. Yeah, and that's as a tool for them too. But come back to the AI, when we integrate that in our work, I think it's a tool to make us to convenience to reach to our client, but with many limitations on that. We have to be careful and use it to support and help clients. Try to like see some advantage from that. Okay, yeah.
Nice idea, Mr. Marit Kachinda. Thank you for sharing that. Now we can hear from you, Mr. Major Retired Rusli Bujang, MSc.
You can call me just Rusli.
Mr. Rusli.
Back in Brunei, I have my own counseling firm. Yeah? I'm the founder and owner, Empoweria. You may please like it, the Instagram. But one of the top things I did for the government, I'm actually doing psychological profiling, okay, for the number one scholarship in Brunei. We call it Sultan Scholar. There's another one, Supreme Commander Scholarship. So what I did, all the best students in the country started doing their A-level, to get the scholarship from the government. They need to be best among the best. So I'm the one who did the psychological profiling. So this is my finding. Unfortunately, I cannot really publish it because it's still confidential, but I can share just generally speaking. There's one very good thing I need to share with you all. Because I'm doing two tests, basically. I'm doing the IQ part, intelligent quotient, using CRTB, critical reasoning test battery, and a few other more. And then at the same time also doing the emotional intelligence, using the IQI, 2.0, MBTI also, and a few other tests. My finding is, so I can rank the best brain we have in the country. This is the student, 1 to 100. But when I did the EQ test, somehow the ranking is almost upside down. See, so we can rely on that, which is, when we talk about AI, it's actually more into that side brain. They're lacking of that emotional. Okay? There's also another test being done among the 733 multimillionaires in the US, where they're trying to what make them the success being the multimillionaire. They list out 20 indicators, but of those 20, the top 4 not related at all with IQ. Oh, is this all are being hardworking, being honest. That is also emotional intelligence. So see, we really have to go back to the basic. I mentioned earlier about the importance of having the therapeutic lifestyle changes, and then we have this. Now we have the very basic. What established the therapeutic relationship, the effective of the need to have these three. Remember the unconditional positive regard, genuineness, and empathetic understanding. Can you do that with the AI? I think you can, but still there's this missing some that. All right, so in short, I think we still, the technology, the AI is not there to replace us. There's no way the technology can replace us, but it's just to help us along. So that is why also, as part of my team, some of my team are here from Brunei, 5 of them there. So one of our mission, this is going to make the counseling skills. We want to mobilize the counseling skills all over the country among the grassroots leaders, because we believe when we can help one, because I'm helping one person at a time, but we can help another people, train them with the counseling skills, I think we can help more. We can create the ripple effect and untuk menjadikan negara itu lebih sejahtera, insyaAllah. Thank you very much for the time, and well done to all my fellow counselors.
Thank you. And dear participants, also before we close, earlier Dato also talking about competences, and he wants to share about, related to this topic, one slide that he doesn't want to miss this time to share to all of us. Can we share it, the committee?
Okay. Thank you. This slide is just about what we are doing to other people. We have been talking a lot, and congratulations to our friend helping the society to do the counseling issues. But just remember, one thing that the robot cannot take over the job is counseling. There is no robot can take over. Counseling, therapists, they cannot. So we are in good shape at this point. But the prerequisite is that we must be good enough. So we must have our soul. Jiwa counseling itu mesti membara sentiasa, tidak pernah pudar. Jadi baru kita boleh menguasai dunia ini. So I share with you the song. Husna, can we play the song? No yet, dari mula. Stop and main semula. Okay. Okay. The lyrics are all about you being a counselor. In rainbows new, in skies of blue. So remember, we're here for you. Just remember, we're here for you. We are Perkama, we're here for you. Yeah, thank you. The message is that we, the counselors, will always be there for our client. So this song was written by Professor Datin Dr. Mazia, who happened to be my wife. She'll be here tonight. She was the one who composed the song, wrote the lyric, and sang the song. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much to our esteemed panelists. It's been an honor to host this discussion, and I believe we all have gained a deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities in our field, guidance and counseling. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our audience for your active participation and engagement. With that, I officially close today's talk show. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
I'm here for you. Very good.
Apa kabar? Come.
I'm the only woman here. Yeah, definitely.
Ibu dosen dipersilahkan.
Ya, di bawah, di bawah.
Oke. Ini nih pengen. Thank you. As our deepest gratitude, we kindly invite the speakers to receive token of appreciation, which will be delivered by Deputy of Academic Affairs, Dr. Nandang Budiman MSI, and Secretary of Guidance and Counseling Study Program, Dr. Eka Saktiyuda. Please welcome to the stage.
So for all the speakers, for all the invited speakers, we please you to go back again to the stage because we will have the token of appreciation.
Ini Miss Diana dulu. Ini udah sesuai urutan.
For Miss Diana, we please you to come to the stage also.
For our keynote speakers and also our invited speakers for the wonderful information to us. Terus baru ini distinguished participants.
Once again, thank you so much for our keynote speaker and also our invited speakers for all the wonderful information to us.
Distinguished participant, for additional information, now we will have a break for doing worship and having lunch. To all speakers, lecturers, and international guests, lunch will be served at the Faculty of Education building located next to JK building. For APKIN members, presenter, committee members, and participants, lunch can be taken at the administration desk. And for those who didn't pay for this conference, we were sorry that we cannot provide lunch. And for all liaison officer, we please you to assist our speakers and guests to the Faculty of Education building. Our next agenda will be a workshop session that will be held at 1 p.m.
Attention please, Ladies and gentlemen, we have participated in a whole series of international conference, and now we come to the end of this event. Thank you very much for your attention, and we do apologize if there were any mistakes in our words or our actions. To close this event, let us recite Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. See you in the next international conference next year. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sekali lagi untuk yang ikut komperda di PIP lantai 10 jam 13 mulai. Sekali lagi untuk komperda di PIP lantai 10.
Sekali lagi, untuk para LO kita, untuk para LO, perhatian untuk LO, kami harap untuk mengantarkan para tamu kita ke gedung FIP sekarang. Untuk para LO, kami harap untuk mendampingi para tamu kita ke gedung FIP sekarang juga. Sekali lagi untuk Ibu Bapak Guru Apkin ditunggu di gedung FIP yang di sebelah di lantai 10. Dan juga kepada para dosen boleh ke lantai 7 untuk menikmati makan siang.
yang